Alright. Seems to be good for now. Hopefully. Ben, Skyward Accelerator. Looks like we're good now. Also, I didn't get to say it because the stream was like dropping and buffering super frequently, and I don't know if it got to end on that, but thank you for the 5 gifts yesterday, Ben. Alonzoy. I don't know if Alonzoy's here. If I see him in chat, I'll say it again, but thank you guys for the support in the dire straits of yesterday. But credit before things crash. All right, perfect. Jaden's what's going on? Now we're just gonna be starting right over from the beginning. We didn't get very far. We got like the opening cutscene and that was it. Gallus isn't here, so I'm here to pick up the slack. Fair enough. But hopefully wait, I have a save. Oh wow, it saves like on the line that I left off on. Okay. Interesting. Well, anyways, we're being framed for murder.
Welcome to the family, son.
Vassar back for the 23 months, almost 2 whole years. Thank you for the support, brother. Appreciate it as always. Just had to save my game, so now I'm here. What's going on, SNR HP? So, to recap, what we had yesterday when... Hold on, can I think if I can... You haven't saved your game? Yes. Can I just start over anew? Hope I can watch this out playing the previous games. This actually takes place way before any of the previous games. Dr. J&D back for the 10 months. Thank you very much, Dr. J&D, for the continued support. So there is, like, as to my understanding, there is nothing that is from previous games. This does not infer on the games that chronologically take place after this. So we'll be playing through it like this. Carbuncle, what's going on?
Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of
Reshi,
change,
what's going on?
and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Was it me? It wasn't us. Yeah, I don't know who shot that guy. We're holding the gun. It wasn't us. Alright. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 5. Still can't believe it. Still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Fate being in orange makes me a little bit concerned there. What? Nothing? Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. That sound got some bass to it? They always do. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying accident. Now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault.
Welcome to the family, son.
I was just watching the Ace Attorney investigations via 2CRS Pog.
Let's fucking go! Thank you very much for the 7 months, Groovy. Appreciate it as always. I'm glad that everybody that either enjoyed or posts the streams for Ace Attorney is popping up for these ones. I'm super excited to go through the game. Audrew Icehammer, how you doing? But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Big laughs from the big man with the big flowing headband. Somebody really has to close the window in here. I know we don't have AC. Just like always. Though I must say, I've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student.
Welcome
But obviously,
to the family, son.
you didn't actually do it, did you? Speaking of not actually doing it, a Memesy with the 3 months with the Prime. Thank you very much, a Memesy. Appreciate it as always. Thank you, thank you. How's Ace Attorney? We're just starting it up because we weren't able to play yesterday with an egregious amount of frame drops. Hopefully it doesn't happen right now, but we're fingers crossed for the time being. Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi. Best friend. Also in his 2nd year at Yume. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. Fucking guy, because I thought yesterday that he was thinking that, but it was white text. He was literally just introducing this guy to no one. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. I said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. What's going on, Jay? How you doing? For me, it's cool to go through these games again, but from the perspective of official translations, I've been loving the jokes so far. I assume they're still going to be pretty good. 3 days ago. And that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name.
Family, son.
Lil Rico, back for the 11 months. Appreciate the support, brother. Thank you very much. Your laptop gave up on you last night? Does it like not just turn on, or is like the battery dead? Either way, that sucks, J. Xander. Hope you can get it fixed. Gallus, what's going on? He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like... So I was going to say, during the cutscene, we saw like a lot of people wearing like, not so much feudal Japan, but like industrial era Japanese wear, right? And then we saw people wearing like Western wear too. So it's kind of like a... it's kind of like the mixture of the two cultures, almost, in Japanifornia here. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. He took the cup with him. Oh, no. He should be on trial for stealing. I should not be on trial for murder. I feel like that's a little bit messed up. B-boy, what's going on? Was straight after that. That's when it happened. Oh, clicked off of the game window. I'm smart. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh! Mom and Pops? Oh, Professor. Okay. I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chamber. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? As though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. Please don't tell me he's the actual culprit. That would fucking suck. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yunjin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. Heard that name from Kazuma before. I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected. You are unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. It's Chris? Is that the SM? Or one of the various SMs that I know? I'm so mad the iStreams aren't archived. Maybe in the future. I too. Nirvana? Anybody? He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dream will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Also exalted what's going on. The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. Believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. Sure, that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Oh, we're about to get fucking tricked. He's actually the culprit, isn't he? Oh, I'm about to get fucking bodied. Hold on. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Are we accepting this? Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? There's definitely a thing that happens. Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, we found guilty of murder. So, absolutely no idea of what may lay ahead, embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. We go. 22nd of November, 9 o'clock a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom number 2. Bro, look at his eyes. Where the fuck? He is kind of darting his eyes around like he is guilty. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. Much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. Secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Who's the judge? Oh, come on. Oh, I like the judge. I like the cut of the jib of this judge. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. His name's Ouchie. God damn it. So instead of Pain, he's Ouchie. Oh, you motherfuckers. Alright, for those of you unaware, Ace Attorney loves its puns, and the previous games, right? The games that take place in current, like, age, right? The trial, the very first trial prosecutor that you have to go against, his name is Winston Payne, right? Like, winced in pain, right? So this guy, I want to see what his given name is if we ever get to see it, but his last name is Ouchie. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Winston Payne's Japanese name was Takafuma Ouchi? Oh, was he always called Ouchi in Japan? That's pretty funny. So this is like just actually like 100% unabated his ancestor? Alright, that's pretty cool. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for the final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... Need to answer quickly. What should I do? Fuck it, we ball. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. He's fucking stupid. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad will be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that really. It's just... well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo? Ah, fucking honorifics. Damn it. Huh? Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. Not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. Ah, the cocky fan waving, I love that. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. Have you not read the case details? As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yeah. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But... wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? You had to voice act this whole thing? It's a shame that you found me after the entirety of Ace Attorney 1 through 6. Because yes, I will. Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All of the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. Well, I can't press it right now, but tutorial. If you ever found you've forgotten something, just consult it. It's all in there. Just have to press... Yeah. Okay. E! Alright. People... Z to go back. The fact that Mikotoba is in here, and this is the victim. John H. Wilson? No! Chris played both investigation games? Yeah, and I think only one is saved in VODs because that was before we were partnered, and I couldn't save all of it. So John H. Wilson is the victim. He was shot. Lead prosecutor who would appear to have little love for the changes of cultural reformation has brought about. Yeah, he's very decked out in like period piece Japanese clothing. Medical professor, he's the authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Best friend, and despite being student, qualified defense lawyer as well. Everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record, of course. Second one is there, but some of it got chopped. I think that's what it is, yeah. Now, better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People section of the court record and press R to present it.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Oh my god, that's a fucking name. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship. Yo, fucking Ryunosuke. Focus up. What the hell? And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. Damn, okay. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime.
So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it?
Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman.
I fuck with the thinking pose. The thinking pose is pretty good.
The nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime.
Holding the fucking gun! Yeah, flashback. Yeah, high-class Western restaurant. So... GOTCHA!
T or Ares non-Phoenix Ace Attorney games.
Now, I forgot that I had turned up the volume for the game, and that was very loud in my ear. Holy shit, let me turn it up at the volume mixer. Thank you very much for the 11 months at tier 3, Goose. Scared the shit out of me. I think it scared the shit out of all of us. Let me turn this up a bit. Your ear? Yeah. My ear, bro. We're all in the same boat here. That's not my fault. That's not your fault. Actually, it's like all my fault if we think about it, you know? But let's not think about it for too long. I think that's a good spot. There we go. Alright. So, the facts of the case is, right now, John Wilson was killed, high English class restaurant, or high-class Western restaurant, right? So you would think that, like, a waiter was gonna be a witness or something, or maybe, a fucking, like, what do they call the people that, cashier? There we go, my brain shut off.
Incredible to think of. It's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. Sure, he's a visiting professor from Great Britain.
So there's non-Phoenix Ace Attorney games. This one just came out yesterday. It's been out for a while. However, this is the Steam port of it, right? So it was on DS or 3DS, right? This game and the game after it. There's 2 games. And they were only in Japanese. You had to play like a fan translation. So we do have to play through like this. DGS came out in 2015 and 2 came out in 2017. Yeah, so these are at the this game right here is 7 years old.
I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table, introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
Well, I didn't get to look at the, a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body.
Okay, so we don't have an exit wound, we only have entry. He was exsanguinated. He bled out, like, very neatly then, because it didn't look like he was bleeding that heavily, but again. Proof that I'm a student
at the Imperial Yume University. Always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Right? Cause of death. Well, obviously that was,
Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence.
by evidence? But how?
Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now.
Well, I mean,
Yes!
well... Yo! We shuffling. According to this document, the victim suffered a more tragic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report.
In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way.
Fuck science! Also, it's... I don't know why I called it Japanifornia earlier, because they're very clearly saying that this is just Japan. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Yeah, look how neat he is. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. I mean, that would only apply if the gun is pressed directly up against his chest and he got shot like that, but I don't know if they're gonna go that way. Sometimes when I think about like how things actually work in real life for like firearms and whatnot, as like games go, like Phoenix Wright has always like been like, maybe. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record.
Photographic print, he was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died, right? As soon as you start thinking logically, there's a curveball, yeah, like, oh, this is how gunpowder residue would be left on your chest if you got shot like that, right? It's like, nope. What they're actually gonna say is, he got shot from a special bullet produced in this area, which means it's only being able to be picked up by a person of this profession. You know, like, there's a curveball and I can't expect it. But yeah, photographic print. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. Detail is incredible.
Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it, then.
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba?
Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Azuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
If you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Oh. Waiter. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga.
I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. This theme also plays whenever witnesses are called to stand, first time in the series to do so. Yeah, because usually we just have, like, questioning music, right? Or, what would be the phrase? Not questioning music, we have our, cross-reference music. Oh! This guy is sick! Holy shit! And not like, not the way I usually mean it, too. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. Really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed by foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the city's, or the district's so-called restaurants. Occidental Eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Osanaga, will you kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident? At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. in the day in question. We have few diners open at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. Fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Bro, you got more. You gotta see a doctor, bro. What's going on, fake Rogers base? How you doing? It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. You heard a gunshot. Gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes! That is exactly what happened! Hold on, let me just clarify something. I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he say? There's no one else around the table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? Well, he said there was 3... what's the word? Right? He said there was 3 occupied tables? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. And warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Fuck it, we ball.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw.
Osunaga, is there any chance that you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it.
We're being framed. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Dead man? Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. Phrase I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation.
Can we just look at the front of this business card real quick?
However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? Been completely calm and collected until now.
Something certainly seems to have shaken him.
Yeah, let's look at his business card. That man is coughing.
So, the court has now heard a precis of the case.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the course. Unsworn witness? What does that mean? He's not sworn... What? But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Wait, if you have witnesses that were there at the scene of the crime, right? Then why would his testimony not immediately be thrown out? But whatever. What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence?
I love the fucking death glare he's just shooting constantly.
Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it. Professor Mikutaba said it, and so has the judge and prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to now throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency.
We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Here's the gun! Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Its next witness is... Oh, multiple. Is it two at the same time? Love that. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Damn. Okay, it was the two guys that we saw. Yeah, wait, hold on. Obviously, okay. See, this is the confusion that I have, right? Like, if the fucking waiter said we were the only two in the restaurant, right, in like the dining area, how the fuck can these people be key witnesses, right? They were there. I saw them during the cutscene. Did we ever finish the surge? No, we did not. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Oh, God. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Noza? Is that how I'm supposed to pronounce it? He said only two at the table Wilson was at? Oh, I thought he said two at the, two in the dining room. Reporting for duty, sir. I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effervescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Chiorio Korokuda, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table then the waiter mentioned. Yeah, he said there were 3 tables occupied, right? So I guess I was conflating that with 2 at the table that Wilson was at because there would have to be other people in the dining room, but he said 3 tables occupied. Which again, I don't know why the fuck we're taking his testimony if eyewitnesses were right there. I habitually take tea at the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios which I make my business. Can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Though, to be honest, Sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. The hell? There was a... I don't know where this fucking fruit fly came from, but a fruit fly just landed on my windscreen. On my microphone. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the other. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence that the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. Will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by. That's a baby. I just keep hearing a baby. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most epic afternoon. Witness testimony. It's been a while since we've seen this screen. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Is the baby on his back? I would assume so. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Don't tell me that the baby is going to be a plot point in this case, right? Like, oh, it couldn't have been a gunshot because the baby would have started crying, you know, something like that. That would be very... This fucking fruit... I don't know what is attracting this fruit fly to the goddamn windscreen. But if you hear like a fucking thump onto the microphone, just know you were warned and I apologize. Also, let me go fill my water cup up real quick. I'll be right back. I forgot to do that before I started. Give me just a second. How can I take a sip if I don't have water? What do you mean? I just got back. Alright. So he observed the enemy with his own eyes, right? The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back... about that. I was on my hand. Okay, pause, bro. Come on. Investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precarious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second where the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked There's a where's the baby? Where's the baby? What? Hey! Yo! Y'all let him into court like that? Yo! No. Somebody arrest this man. What the fuck? That wicked university cadet, sir. That cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad day of light, or light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and started drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. But when I got up, I realized that the I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Oh. Thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Oh, actually bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is?
Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-examine?
Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial.
Stop raising your hand.
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I am, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? What did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
Fucked on. Kazuma is so commanding.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. All right, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Well, luckily for my character, I do.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier has said has to be a lie.
Well, yeah, but
It's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence.
right, evidence.
All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you.
All right then. It's all or nothing. It's very flaccid, but we'll work on that.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, it's definitely the we shot him in the back thing, right? But so not here. From the back. Okay, so I would have to present here, right? That would be the photographic print.
Yes!
There was no exit wound, dickhead. Oh. Why are y'all both shook? Why are you shook? Hello?
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache.
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes! The fuck? There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be any more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
Azuma, what? What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance of that photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Issa
Is it Iyasa? Iyasa Nosa?
Sergeant Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. Black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes.
I'm gonna let y'all know right now, military grade, not that crazy.
Yes!
Unless you're talking about destructive capability. But no, that just can't be.
And why not, cadet?
Because...
Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
Oh, there's the baby. I see the baby. Let's go. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again.
Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Till the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir.
That is just a whole baby.
What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Issa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Get fucked on. Somebody's got to mention the baby. Somebody's got. We got to bring up the baby right now, right? Like that's. We really just got to start talking. There is a baby. All right. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor.
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. He was busting a move. Busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure.
Treasure.
Indeed. Ahoy, Era Koban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pocket a particular trinket from my shop, Rasute. Stars, what's going on? Not gonna stick around for too long, that's fair enough. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my holy treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after reverting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. But I heeded it not, for I was only concerned with finding my absconded Hoey treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoey Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize. Why are y'all both looking at me, huh? Why are y'all both looking over in this direction? I didn't do shit. Y'all mind your own fucking business over there. Are y'all accusing me of thievery too? This case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Resolution, not revolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. You don't have bars. Calm that bullshit down. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kariko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. Seems those straps are a sign the sergeant is being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido Tenshun. Yeah. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Yeah, his name is Yessa, or Yessa, and no sir, and I don't know sir. Ida, Nosa. Right? I was trying to figure out what the Ayasa means, right? Even if what I saw was in the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Almost doesn't cut it. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. No, actually. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, none other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. You already proved the military man a liar, he can't be trusted. Well, they always give them a chance to clarify their testimony, right? Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there was only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. All right. Don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no room for further doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. Kazuma being very quiet over there. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. Now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth, or cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Can we get another look at the photo you handed in earlier? Yeah, that's what I was going to do. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Actually, we can look at it right now. Right? Yeah, you can't see much beyond this, right? I just gotta click it again. I gotta remember that. Wait, hold on. Does it look like the steak was more eaten? Or am I crazy? It could just be the way, like, this shot is framed, but it looks like there's more bites taken out of the steak. Okay. Rules can be so unbending at times. That's why they're rules. Alright.
So I don't have any direct evidence to contradict. This is the thing with specifically Ace Attorney. I can figure out where we need to lead to, but I don't know where I need to do things, right? Like, because I would say, like, I would need to present something on this, right? But they haven't said anything about the stake, right? I think I might have mentally jumped ahead in the case, right? That's the issue. So I have, like, zero choice but to press here. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else seems to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. No, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. Hey, there we go. I just need to, because that's the thing, right? Like, sometimes you need to press on certain statements and you get new shit. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. No, not the Hada clinic. Bro, even Hottie has an ancestor? Bro, come on. That fucking weirdo. 19th November, noon past 1 p.m. Every day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. Which one was Hottie? The fucking weird doctor. That ran that like facial reconstruction clinic, right? For Eenie and Meenie Mimey. Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Yeah, fuck yeah, why not?
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Talk to him, Cosmo. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Alright. Let me examine that. Need right now is new clues. Well, hold on there, bud. Can we examine this any further? Nope. See, I can examine certain other things. Oh, I can examine this. This is what I wanted to look at. I wanted to flip it, not use the magnifying glass.
Shortly after 2 p.m., fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. Exit wound, bullet did not pass through. Okay. So, yeah, medical report card. You have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear ya. Most likely the doctor was there for Mr. Waiter. Potentially. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like. But it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. The pain is always so fucking confident. And is always ready to be wrong. Alright. Trying to think, like, what would, I guess, keep pressing? Because that doesn't really help me.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. Yeah, because he was under the table, right? But he wasn't under the table the whole time, right? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Let's cycle back to the front. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. Can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little... Oh, so just a tutorial. Okay. I've already been doing that, Kazuma. Thank you, though. I was like, yeah, I can't really do anything with that, that medical report shit. Oh, you can turn shit. You can turn shit. By using WASD, you can move. Okay. Alright, so if they start to pulse, press space to investigate further. Alright. Well, let me get to the point where I actually can. Alright, so yeah, I knew this was like a thing to do. I didn't know if I would need to do it right now, but that makes sense. Alright.
Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. I've heard of this anesthesia. Well, it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. So that wasn't his stake, easy game. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Medical report card. Okay. It's new information. Meaning that one particular statement totally changes. I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Alright, boys. Also, I want to check something. Can I do it with this now, too? Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. So he's not a waiter at all. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. Okay. So yeah, that was the one thing I wanted to take a look at earlier, because obviously he's not a fucking waiter, right? The second he got shook when he handed over the business card in the first place, I was like, oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, so... Alright, pointing his gun at the foreign man, no. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Well, he wasn't dining, actually, as a matter of fact. Get fucked, moron.
Yes!
I think
About what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer.
wish I could, but first and foremost here I'm the accused. What's going on, Zone? How you doing? Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Occasionally? Bro, that's my fucking job. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Wait, what? See it quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. Thanks for the advice. Korakuda, this is a medical report belonging to the victim.
Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on the report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
no, that's wrong. Oh, please say that's wrong.
Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court have heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all. For that simple reason, there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who... Oh! This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Harder Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. Dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. Watch this now. And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Damn.
Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't be. Korekura.
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No!
Additionally,
there's more?
you have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that can't possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic.
Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned.
That's gonna be the stream. Thank y'all for coming out. It's a shame that it cuts off right there.
Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
Huh? Yes, most definitely.
So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel?
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it?
Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of.
Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been...
Me. I was eating the steak.
Obviously. It can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was. Oh, fuck. Actually Ryunosuke, by the way? Because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government. Don't worry, Counsel, I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have an issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? Oh! How is Kazuma's headband still blowing? He has fans on the back of his head. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just as you never saw the gentlewoman. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurakura? Oh, no! You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, Yuppie? Just one simple slip of the tongue. We got him, boys. Hook, line, and sinker. Order, order. Counsel, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Fuck. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, That's classified. Ah, the baby pulling on his mustache. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. But we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made our progress before? Or we examine this piece of evidence in more yeah, and they're telling me not to do it with other shit, too. Unfortunately, I'm very smart. Clearly the baby is the mastermind. Could you imagine? There's no time to lose. Yo, Ace Attorney. Yo, what's going on, Specs? How you doing? I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please wait! Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Deep breath. What's going on, Solaris? Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Fuck yourself. Surely that would be... Satoru Hosonaga. Hosonaga? Waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! Fucking wasn't expecting the word. God damn it. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not have possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. That's all I do, baby. Damn. Damn. It's a shame I'm too smart.
Yes!
Truly. Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon. Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. I'm a fucking moron, I'm sorry. Would someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Oh, he's objecting. Inspector Hosonaga! This theme is sick already. I can tell this theme is sick. Is this the tell the truth? Oh, fuck yeah. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Yeah, this one is definitely one of the better ones. I'm glad that we have great music again. It's not like a fucking Justice for All situation. Oh, yeah, flashbacks. The baby has no fear. It's a baby. Babies don't understand the concept of fear. Well, at least fear as in, like, context from other things being brought in, right? I've seen shook babies. Yeah, but you haven't seen babies that are like, oh, well, you know, the what's the word? There's implications. Oh, no. Yeah, I heard that it's the same composer as the Professor Layton crossover. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. Can't you be arrested for perjury now? But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course! Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Yeah, salary. Give us a nice little callback to Gumshoe, right? You know, your salary's gotta be shit. Important to point out that this is all orchestrated too. Yeah, you can tell. This isn't just like composed in like your standard like music software, right? Like this seems a little bit too intricate to be not orchestrated, if that makes sense. Incidents at the restaurant. What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. Modern AA games have a more electronic style with some exceptions like Karain Village and Spirit of Justice. Yeah, that's true. If that indeed is true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, a gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. Well, I mean... That's great and everything. I'm on trial. Maybe you could tell us who gave you those orders? You know? But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything else at the moment. Oh! We're scumbags. Like, as a collective nation. You know. That kind of sucks. Anywho. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman is the primary suspect. It's kind of like just shitting on the whole treaty, right? The friendship treaty. Friendship and... what was it? Friendship and travel? Bro, that is so ass. You guys could have developed a very fun, you know, neat little acronym. But no. What's going on, Anonymous? How you doing? Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. It's not right. No, he's right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? May University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. Is a young English woman. Okay. Same leitmotif as the, information. You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Well, this is a mistrial. Or it should be a mistrial. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. In AA, has there ever been a mistrial? I think for Ron Devine, right? Maggie Bird as well. Yeah, Maggie. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to think. Who else? Was Edgeworth's technically a mistrial when he when it was Von Karma, right? Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. Harry the Platypus? I don't know why. For some reason, I realized more and more that doing ouchie like that, it was like one specific hop, skip, and a jump away from a very poor Doofenshmirtz impersonation. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. No, it was unsolved, and Edgeworth on the last day said I did it. Oh, okay. Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Oh, wow, really? I think it's an appropriate jingle. It's not my favorite, but it's a good jingle. It's a decent jingle, I'll say that much. 22nd of November, 11:38 We were in there for 2.5 hours? Bro. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. It's ouchie, like, as in, like, pain, right? Like, ow, ouchie, right? He's got a boo-boo, ouchie, right? Like that. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. And that's going to be the end of the game. Thank you all very much for coming out. Kind of weird that they only had one part of the trial there. See, he likes the joke. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. How come we are named Ryu and yet he's the guy with the headband? Because he's cooler than us. He's got a fucking katana on his hip and he's just got this headband constantly flowing. A Miss Giselle Brett. Student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be so overly confident in the courtroom. Oh wait, this is Ryunosuke. I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. Also, I'm gonna tweak the audio a little bit. Is the sound good? Is the OST, like, a little bit too loud? Is the game a little bit too loud, I mean? Because I might turn it down just a smidge. It's good? Okay. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, and on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. Just after I bent down and picked it up. Bang! Power of observation, is that gonna be our lawyer superpower? Hell yeah! It's the same shit fucking Apollo has. Didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Yeah, it's one, wait, hold on, how many chapters are there? That's one thing I didn't even think to ask, right? Is it gonna be 5 chapters again? I didn't look. 5 per game? Okay. Oh, okay, so 10 in total is what you were saying. Okay, I understand now.
Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
And because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside the dining area.
Ah, there you are. Well done, the both of you.
I wonder if that's gonna be our Maya.
Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. Pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
I like this track, TBH. Yeah, the music so far is great.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still at its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can.
Okay, so the professor's a good guy. I really hope he doesn't get murdered very shortly. That would suck, right?
I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, then it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can help his best friend. If I'm the kind of man who can help his best friend avoid the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway.
What? What are you saying, Kazuma?
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma?
Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence, and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? Raising death flags? Nah, it's just that he's like the mentor, and I'm used to mentors in Ace Attorney games just being not great, you know? Like, either they're evil or they get murdered, and that's the overarching thing. And since we crossed out evil, right? Like, this guy, I'm appreciative of the cut of his jib, right? And he doesn't seem to be nefarious, at least from the outset. If you don't mind me asking, Professor, and with one option off the table, it leads me to the other, right? Did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UME.
Do we count Mia as an evil mentor or just a loser? Yeah, except for the whole thing that she got fucking murdered, right? Yeah. Evil, I think.
And it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before.
Anywho,
You're about to go into battle.
Mia's mentor, the old dude. Fucking Goldberg? Grossberg. Yeah, that's the one. I was like, I don't think it's Goldberg. He didn't have pyro popping off. But no, not Grossberg, but Godot, right? Godot was the antagonist for that game, so I mean, even still, right? Like, something bad has to happen to all of the mentors in these games, right?
The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
But let's not forget who we're up against. A gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. What about Nick and AA4? Nick and AA4 doesn't count because it was, not fucking Clavier, it was, the other Gavin. I forget his name. Right? But literally, like, look at all of the mentors, right? Von Karma's evil as shit. Yeah, Christoph Gavin. Christoph Gavin, evil as shit. Mia got murdered. Godot went fucking insane, right? Like, all of the mentors in Ace Attorney as a whole kinda don't get the best, right? Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal. Disposal? I'm saying Nick is a mentor to Apollo? Well, he is, right? But I mean, like, the primary mentors, right? And Apollo's primary mentor was Christoph Gavin, right? That was the first trial, remember? But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. And this character looks like, they're just going to be with us, right? So something has to happen to him. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before these old fossils know what hits them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believe me, then... I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. It would be crazy if the girl was a suspect? Well, no, it's the English woman, right? Not the very traditional Japanese-looking GF, right? Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. So he's saying to not believe in ourselves, but believe in the him that believes in us. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. Though this just isn't my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street, in our hometown of Japan, at the Yume University. With an extra large portion, of course. Yeah, hypothetically, the mentor always gets fucked up leading into case 2, right? (22nd of November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 2. Shout out to the throwback days when we had to play Dual Destinies, and every time we would go back to a shot of the courtroom, the game would fucking lag. Because for some reason, the 3DS version wasn't super optimized for emulator, surprisingly. I mean, for my totally legit 3DS that I had hooked up to a capture card. But yeah, that was always I reflect fondly on that time. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. Said it, this is Japan? Yeah. Fuck up talking. You want to go through with a bum-ass justice system? Go over there. We doing shit the correct way over here. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. Aw, fuck. And one who could arguably study harder, too. Oh no, we're a bum! But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and solely exists for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. Alright, Miss Giselle Brett. Somebody calm Stars down before he immediately pops back up in the chat again, please. Oh, Swan Lake looking ass. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? Or is that true? No idea. So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true... Yes, we know about you already! Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. You guys are fucking Westaboos. God damn it. That true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Inosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty? So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Are you serious? We can't understand the English speakers? I mean, it makes sense. This is a way to get around it. But how How are you gonna do me like this, right? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Translator. Oh, is she speaking in cursive? Like what the fuck? This is what happens if you try to transcribe Young Thug lyrics. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMay University's medical faculty. Oh my! What a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. I mean, how the fuck am I gonna know, right? Can we not get a court-sanctioned translator and not this fucking crooked-ass cop? Because, I got some information for you. I don't understand what this woman's saying. He could just lie his ass off and I would never know. Yeah, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Okay, so Kazuma knows how to speak English. Okay. Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Well, okay, and Z's asking what's her pun? Like, obviously you just change this to an I. Miss Britt. 3 days ago at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Well, what? Well, no. I mean... maybe it's a pseudonym, right? But... she says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. Isn't that your fault? She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Unless there's a fucking mirror in there, no. Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court. Wait, how does she speak if the text is set to Japanese? I assume the same way, right? There would be no need to make it English because you still, if you run into the off chance that you have a player that is bilingual, can speak and read both Japanese and English, they would be able to figure out like plot points better than certain players. You have to make it like wingdings or some nonsense, right? Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolutely conclusive witness statement. An absolute statement, excuse me. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. You know, thinking about it, I was confused as to why that old man was just allowed to bring a knife up to the stand, but the fact that Ryunosuke is here with a whole fucking katana, Fortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Yeah, Kazuma's katana. The old guy brought in a knife, and Kazuma has a whole fucking katana. Frightened and sorrowful sight. Sight? Jesus. Alright. Had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only. A beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and got into a fierce argument. Well, hold on. She had wine too, right? Yeah. There's a bottle of wine. Alright, yeah. Got into a fierce argument? That's not true. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Carbonated water, actually? Wait, what? That looks like a wine bottle. Does fucking carbonated water have corks at the top? Also, now that I'm paying more attention to that, right? It's grape juice? Yeah, I would say grape juice before wine, right? Because Ace Attorney doesn't do the whole alcohol bit, right? And I guess, yeah, that is pretty clear too. So I guess that could be carbonated water, right? I've never seen fucking carbonated water with a cork on it though. That's weird to me. Medical report says no food or liquid can be consumed except for water. Right, but that wasn't his meal. Right? We've already very much confirmed that this was not his steak, right? So I just assumed that this was all her meal. If she ordered steak only, right, then maybe he ordered it and then it is water, right? But that means stuff is moved around. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Alright.
Yes!
Damn. I looked away for a second. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel! Bro, I'm gonna need you to stop being racist for just a little bit. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. He's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Who's to say hers isn't the same? Well, even so, On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. You ain't changed clothes in 3 days? There is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm? Bro, what the fuck do you mean? Are you serious? Nowhere at all? You can't think of one spot. Not one at all, right? You can't think of one spot where she could conceal a firearm. Also, hold on. Can I get rid of the text so we can, like, nowhere to concern it? Like, aside from this hat, look at this fucking caboose back here. What the fuck is this? She has like 9,000 places to conceal a gun. Nowhere though, right? Like, somebody has to be like, that's cap immediately. You can change the transparency? Oh yeah, that's right. PC config. Would be gameplay? Fuck. Look at this. What is this? Nowhere? Come on, bro. I think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. At least Ryunosuke is not an idiot, as much as I think he would be. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Bitch. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift up her whoa, 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 Ryunosuke. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, Kimosabi, whoa. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to... yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Ah! The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Fucking great. Okay, I was about to say, are they gonna have the non-translation as part of this too? Because that was gonna be a long-ass statement. The professor was able to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Yeah, but about that bottle of water, though. Wasn't able to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled into a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that is... Okay, shut the fuck up, Ouchie. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Just straight bread? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Well... he needs to get that down. I'm gonna be honest. He really needs to get the hang of that. Applicable spoilers here, right? For people that have played these games before. Does he get it in 2, right? Does he get the good slam in 2? Case 2, I mean. Cause I don't fuck with this flaccid ass table slap. Case 2, no? God damn it. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, Because he's done it once, right? He's got the good slam like once in this case. So I assume that he's going to be getting a combination of both, and then like case 3, he'll probably have all confident slams, right? Something like that. I don't know. That's just conjecture from me. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. He got it a few times this case? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's gotten it a couple times. I just needed to be a little bit more consistent, because this fucking, like, I'm putting my hand on the table and, oh, I gotta look at it. That animation's cute, and I can see why they want to get their use out of it, but at the same time, get that bullshit out of here. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she says. It was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right? Could really use that phrase. I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Alright. So... crime scene one, right? Because this one you can't see the other side of the table, but this one you can.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously it's, the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brecht has told us that she and the professor cheersed over a glass of water. But if that's true, should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Quite right, counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? Yes. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? It disproves the entire testimony, but go off, King.
Objection!
Talk to him. Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. You are a lying... like, this is my issue with Ace Attorney, right? Like... I'm trying to relate it too seriously to, hey, you fucking lied, get out. Take this nigga off the stand. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only one? Well, I mean, if you do the bottle in the glass, right? Yeah. Certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. Oh, it was her that took the glass from the table, rather. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! That's tampering. Also, how did you carry it out? There we go. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. Let's remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this woman, this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman, of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Asking the proper questions. Let's go, Kazuma. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Where the fuck is the handbag? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass had absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. Yeah, I'm trying to confuse everybody with logic. Yep, you got me. Fucking hook, line, and sinker. You found me out. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Absolutely the fuck not, Your Honor. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yeah, you're right. She took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's... Are we serious? Fucking handbag, come on. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must be another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you... You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? Sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Oh! Order, order, order. One thing that I'm also gonna have to keep in mind is that because this is like an ancestor game, right? And we don't have the technological like advancements that we do in the regular Ace Attorney games. Because like my initial thought was, oh, just use the rifling on the bullet to confirm that it wasn't shot from the gun that we were holding. But that would be literally fucking impossible to do, right? What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? This came out before Phoenix Wright? No, like, chronologically. Like, Phoenix Wright is, like, set in, like, the 2010s, right? This is set in, like, industry-era Japan, right? Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? Yo, get off of the stand, bro. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. It's times like these where I wish I had a webcam, because I would be looking directly at the webcam for about 5 seconds straight. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? The setting is the late 1890s, just before the turn of the 1900s. Yeah, this is, wait, hold on, quick question. Does this game take place during what would be chronologically World War I? Like, does Game 2 take place in, like, the 1912 or 1914, right? Into that time frame? That would be very interesting to see this game tackle, like, the concept of a world war, right? I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph. Was that right there? As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. We have fucking X-ray vision? Are you asking legitimately, or are you just thinking out loud? Kind of thinking out loud, right? But if you want to conceal that information, like if it's like a plot point, then yeah, just let me come across it, right? I'm just thinking about, right, like what the concept of a world war would mean in Ace Attorney, right? I think that would kind of be a little bit cool to see. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. It's not a big spoiler to reveal the answer, just asking to be safe. Oh, if it's not a spoiler, then yeah. But even if it's like a minor spoiler, I would say just be on the safe side. Let's not talk about it, but that's right. Apparently meshwork bags like these are in the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. So we all can agree that this Hosonaga is corrupt as fuck? Yeah, like that was confirmed the moment he was like, I'm a waiter. Here's my business card. Oh no, they're gonna find out I'm not a waiter. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo. damn, it's like he got shot. Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. However, what? But not, is that like a fucking, looks like a bull. Right? But I can't do the turning, I can't, because it's a picture, right? Yeah, you can't do that on pictures. Because I was trying to, like, select the mark on his arm to see if there was any relevance. The court has been now shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Indeed. And there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. What's up with the mark on his wrist? It has to have some relevance, right? No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. A worse situation than I was at the start. He's thinking. He's thinking. Kazuma? Sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really gonna be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Kazuma. Dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of now turning this trial around? Heard the judge. Nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Oh, can we get an objection? Is this gonna be our first objection? Oh please, oh please. Or is it just gonna be a yes? It seems we will be able to report to the British government. Yeah, the British government on time after all. Smug little. Ryosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me. Yes. Damn it. I need an objection. Hey, and there's a very strong desk slam. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case just yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Oh, I didn't... Wait. Has this glove always been here? Surely not, right? Like, I'm just missing something here? Or was he using his other hand before? He was using his other hand before. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? When did that get there? As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then the ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. Please look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
Better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. Something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. It could, if only I could put my finger on it.
I guess a cursor would work too, right? Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. We will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail in which you have alluded to.
Well, I mean, this could be the only other thing, right?
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what piffle you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. There we go. Sorry about that. So yeah, it's a burn mark. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner has also noticed it was when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
Are you serious? A burn from like gunpowder or something? What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Professor Auchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem that Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Is there a bull marking on the gun barrel? We never found the gun. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. We never found the murder weapon.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, then we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can possibly hope to do that. Would the plate be hot enough for a burn like that? Potentially. Hold on, let me look at the plate. Can I see it? I would be able to best see it from here. Well, there it is. That's why it's served on wood. Because this center plate is hot as fuck. Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn to the victim's wrist to the case. Then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. Maybe it's a gun burn? It's not a gun burn. Not with that pattern. Time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. So, I mean...
Yes!
This counsel, yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. We humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have an unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? And... booyah.
Yes!
The beat? No. Not what I clicked. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. Plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you all right? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. The victim's burn are the exact same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
Even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. That means he was eating the steak? No, it doesn't mean that he was eating the steak. It just means that he was next to the plate. Don't jump too far. Why? Because if you jump too far, like I say I've been said earlier, and I'm gonna continue saying, you jump too far along in the case, then you're gonna end up missing the plot. The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. What? I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. Yeah, it's on the right side of the plate. Yeah, so he touched the, like, he was in front of the plate when he burned himself. Could you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. The fuck is centigrade? Chat, point and laugh. Point and laugh. Guy doesn't know what centigrade is. Oh, come on, it's just another word for Celsius, bro. What, you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
Everybody look at the American. Ha ha ha. There we go, another good slap. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. No question of that. Yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, nor any day before it. That's right. The strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day... That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would without any question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. The question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I've never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... Hey, man. I know y'all are saying it's because of, like, the laughing gas, but, I hate to break it to y'all. Mandem was already dead. No man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. Because think about it. You have to leave it there for 3 seconds, right? You might not feel pain, but you might go, wow, that's warm, and move your hand, right? It's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Big stretch. Knowing what we now know, it's the only possible explanation. The beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day. The professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who have no grasp on the facts. Beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. That's why she took the cup? Yeah, like, I pointed it out earlier, right? And I didn't know if this was, like, a specific thing that I noticed that was an inconsistency or something specific, right? If you notice here, while the body is here, the cup is empty, right? But if you look at this photo of the crime scene, the cup has fluid in it, right? So we're being bamboozled. What? Your Excellency! Fluid, liquid even. A wet substance, if you would. The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Also, remember, everything that we don't have an autopsy, we have a post-mortem report. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? To fucking lie! What? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Racism, let's go! Woo! Let's go! What you got to say now, Ouchie? But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of an English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this. The lavish consideration of you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, now I ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Don't worry, it's the 1900s, racism is okay. Oh boy. The victim's death, quote unquote, right? Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my... Oh, is this the Allegro? I like this. I like this. Yeah, this is cool. The professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Ooh, you dumb bitch. 4 instruments get added? Yeah, it's nice. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming language. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. Minister of Justice? Harry the Platypus? I'm gonna, if he pops up again, it's just gonna happen. May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Now, I don't know about y'all. I can't even play this song, right? But Rigor Mortis by Kendrick Lamar. You say amen, I killed him. Hold on. Thanks? Is that a prayer then? Well, we'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Oh! Psych yourself up? Hard slap on the table? No, come on. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with a cross-examination. The victim's death. I think it was that last one there. Our poor investigation techniques would be unable to pick up on it, right? How about you elaborate then? Alright. Somebody get the fucking Druce. Hold on. I'm gonna have this up at all times. I need to have this up at all fucking times.
What do you mean by that?
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean? Oh yeah, that's perfect. That's fucking perfect. In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't it so? Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a Hey! Hey, bud. You got something to say about this? Oh, is that this game's mechanic? Yo, that's sick. I love that. I'm trying to be as tactful as I can about this as I can, you understand. A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
That would mean I have to find a way. Must be some clue to help us find a chink in... with the given racism earlier, I'm not sure about the phrasing here.
Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke?
There is one thing I noticed. Something that has been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. Hosonaga, excuse me.
The detective.
Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
You think so, but
this time, instead of targeting the woman herself. Let's see what we can get out of the detective.
alright then. Wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. So what? Do I have to click on him? No, because if I click, it just progresses. Will I click press and then I'll have to talk to him? Or click his like little speech bubble? Perfect.
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful to not let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down.
You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
It's time to pursue the man, his train of thought.
Sorry? Pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke.
And again, all tutorial shit I'm just gonna skip through. Could the detective have been poisoned too? Yeah, potentially. And that's probably why she took the glass, because it's not that she wanted to remove all traces of herself, but she wanted to remove all traces of the poison. Oh, what? You can slide back and forth? Alright, yeah, move left and right with AD, turn your attention to other people. Suddenly the multiple witnesses make sense? Yeah. Because I was like, it was confusing when it was the old man and the sergeant, right? But with these two, yeah, it makes more sense.
Wait.
There we go. It took a second there.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Let's fucking go. I love that one. That, and it makes cross-examinations progress faster. Yeah, because you can get 2 testimonies out of one cross-examination. That's actually a really cool thing. In the JP, he hits them with the choto. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Choto a goddamn second there. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? There's something you'd like to say, please. Share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Immediately! Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Hmm? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Uh-oh. Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's policies practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving... It's... but what about the glass? I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Oh! You're done. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. Now, have you taken a sip from that bottle, brother? Because, I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. Court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Romanov in that bottle of poison water for 3 days, yeah. No, I know I'm right, he was poisoned too, just poisoned by himself. Potentially. That seems like a jump that I don't know if I'm willing to make right now. Can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank from on the victim's day, or the day of the victim's death? I was gonna say death day. Yes, it was that bottle. What's that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. Now, well, I will say this, this mechanic of, like, the witnesses, like, reacting to, the other witness's testimony, that's a very cool thing, but I still don't think that it holds a candle to fucking Apollo Justice looking at you and figuring out your tell. Bro, Apollo is the fucking GOAT. That's that nigga right there. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the per man born... Oh, wait. This is the, This is the same one, right? I need the got you. Apollo, did you just fucking blink? Hey! This nigga blinking! Alright, so it would be this, right? Right? This only makes sense.
Yes!
Lagow. Unless it's like... Unless I'm being super led astray and it's not poison whatsoever, I would be really fucking dumb. I'm not a huge fan of the powers niggas get, so this way being more grounded and more based on observation is cooler to me. I mean, even with Apollo, right, it's not powers, right? He's just really good at figuring out people's tells. Evidence can change after you examine it to make sure to examine everything. Oh. Oh boy. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. So, hold on, let me see. Right, should I examine this? Yes. But this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You seen it happen to the business card? Well, yeah, because with the business card I wanted to look at, right? Because there was like a precursor to something's up with it. This is the issue that I was saying earlier, right? Like I've jumped ahead. I already know that poison is the like possible answer, right? But I had to, if I didn't know that, I'd have to examine it. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. Don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. Wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Yeah, so it's... They're like, oh, there could be something other than water in this, and then you would use that to present. Okay. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. What's going on, Shizzy? How you doing? What's going on, bro? Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order. Big slam. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett. It was you.
Objection!
Have a great stream. Thanks, Shizzy. I don't know how much longer we're going to be going. It seems like we're wrapping up this case pretty quickly. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we just only signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? The fact that they're calling it friendship and not like a peace treaty is fucking insane to me. Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever with this disgraceful... It is you who should be silent. Of course! You do an Ace Attorney on specific days or just when you feel like it? When I did Ace Attorney in the past, it was when I didn't really have anything to play, right? But with this now, I don't know if I'm gonna like break it up and like do like one day Ace Attorney, next day Genshin, you know, to kind of like spread it out a little bit. We're definitely gonna be playing this in on Saturday. Or JP is more regal. I wonder why. Where did that come from? He just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether or not it contained poison or not.
Okay, so yeah, there wasn't poison in the bottle, right? She wouldn't be so fucking confident if she, like, put it in her glass. That's why she left the other glass there, right? Because the other glass had water in it. Does that make sense? Well, Saturday would be the next case then? Yeah, I'm still determining, right? Because I definitely want to do, we can do Friday too. Might take because I've obviously put Yakuza on a back burner for now. Because I've been enjoying my time with Final Fantasy XIV too much. So this is definitely, and I hate to break it to you, as much as I enjoy playing Yakuza, I enjoy Ace Attorney a hell of a lot more. Yakuza is really cool to me and I enjoy it, but I fucking love Ace Attorney. So I think this might be Friday. Saturday I might do like 14 and Genshin, and then Sunday we'll figure out. Yakuza on the background for other Japanese related trauma game, yeah. Of course. You did. Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. Don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Wondering if it's a stretch if the poison came from somewhere else? No, the poison came from the water, right? But it was only in his cup, that's why she took one cup. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese? Hey! You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady. The pleasure was all ours. So sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that this cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. Done for. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Azuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Oh! Let's go! Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. So yeah, this would be our Maya. Okay. Toba. Darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. In her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. If I'm not mistaken, she could have poisoned. That's what I've been saying, Kinro. Okay. So I assume part 3 is just going to be a lot of talking, because it seems like we're at the very end of this case. Gah, adventures. That's pretty good. (22nd of November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 2. So we end in here? No, we're finishing the case. Fuck you thought. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? A judicial assistant? And a whoop! The sexism! Bro, what happened? The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded. Sexism runs in the family. Remember 3-1 with Mia? Yeah, that's right. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that's true. And yeah, and that's true. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. This bench is crowded, Jesus. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. On poisons, I assume? Englishwoman's. After the trial resumed early, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's lab in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? Afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Is it a toxin of England? No, I think it's just she made the fucking poison. Or it's a specific type of poison. Right? Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Oh, the fucking coin! Ah, I see. Hey! Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the court. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized with what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Giselle's report. There we go. These women... Bye then. Good luck. She was just a ghost the entire time. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. Wait, does this mean we get to bring a fucking old man back to the stand? I asked the prosecution and the defense one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Also, let's take a look at it. Boop. Synopsis: a poison made from the bark certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have an application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or else patients would die of suffocation. It's crazy. Also, yeah, this is not an English poison, it's a South American poison. Right? South America. South America, if you will. Was she the dentist? Hey, man, I don't know. I don't think so. But, okay, let me read that one more time. Because I fixated on too much of it's the coin, it has to be the coin, but it said it needed something specific to activate. When the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render, alright, anesthetic. Alright. So wait, would this mean he would have to be, because it says wound, right? It's not talking about the burn, is it, right? I guess we'll find out. Your bullet may be coated in poison, but I am resistant to poison. But you shot me. Yeah, it can't be the burn. You can't... Well, I mean... Something like a poison on a coin could not enter the body through a... What's the word? Through a burn like that. But I'm trying to think, right? I'm trying to think of... Because we also never found the coin either, right? We can't see it in this, right? It's just the cup. Maybe it's under the steak? Or under the plate, right? Because there's that little indent right there. I guess we'll find out. We know that she ever left the table? Yeah, we know she left. She was escorted out of there, remember? Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... it's not so very long until tea time. Forgive me, Miss Bright. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. Was she ever out of the chair to snag the coin? No, remember, the guy was, like, crawling around on the floor looking for it. It probably rolled over. Or she stole it. Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Well, I mean... But...
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett. I understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Council? Toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it! You wouldn't have done. Or, I think the done could have been off that, right? You wouldn't have, right? I think that makes him a little bit more authoritarian there, and sounds cooler. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order, order, order. Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known amongst European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspirations are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Fucking paralytic, we just read that. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. Didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. After a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. All the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's fucking awful. You're aware and sitting there like, I can't fucking breathe. I can't fucking breathe. Oh my god, I can't fucking breathe. That's hideous. For the observer, it would almost look like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Courtroom quiet. Or suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there was no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. It's in a report written by her, you simp. If I may. all these facts. You think you're so clever. It is you who must be taught. Of course, my lady. Dear lady. Okay. Not my lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? She is so racist! What? Steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you had discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? She's gonna drink right from it.
Well, yes, I don't see, why not?
Yeah, close enough. I didn't expect there to be another glass, but I thought it would have been cool if she just, like, fucking, like, tipped the bottle back and just drank from it. And she just looks crazy. Maybe she'll do the same with the glass, but to an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a... Fuck, I don't know that word. Comedy. Farcial? Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Farcial? Yeah. Farcical? Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Suicide? It's not suicide. Nobody ever said the poison was inside the bottle, right? I've always been under the opinion that it's in the glass. That's why the glass was removed. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Bright?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of this friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she...
Did the waiter pick up the coin? No, he hasn't said anything about the coin. That's why I'm thinking it's like it was either under the steak or under the plate, right?
How did she swallow the whole glass and live to tell the tale? Don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Henri Inosuke, you have all the clues now. A bottle of water. Now, I've said it the entire time. This shit has no poison. It's in that glass. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle.
What? Why, Ryunosuke?
Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now.
Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world.
Oh, is that what his color is supposed to represent?
That was a guileless ending to a promising line.
Wait, what? What? How? Okay.
Gotcha!
Sayu with the tier 3 sub to Exalted. Welcome back to the family, Exalted. It's been a long time coming, and thank you very much, as C6 Sayu, for the gracious big gift. Appreciated, appreciated. You know, I really like the tier 3 alert now that it's not loud as hell. Where does the tier 3 audio come from again? It's a remix of the Pursuit theme from Apollo Justice's game, which is the best Pursuit theme of all time. Bottle contains poison, I guess. Nah, now that I know what to expect, it used to be dummy loud. Yeah, I had to turn it down just a bit. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position.
Serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle can contain poison. I mean, we just saw. Is Brett drinking the water from it? That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think.
That wasn't me? Yeah, no, of course it wasn't you. What do you mean?
How exactly? Need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. Sure, the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be.
Well, if the defense truly intends to assert his claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
I mean, it's this photo, right? Because the one thing that's weird to me, right, is this being in black and white. Like, if I was able to see this, like, steak is well done and there was blood underneath it, then yeah, of course, right? But because it proves that he was or rather it proves that what's his name, fucking Wilson, wasn't unscathed, right? But obviously,
Yes!
answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. Not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. Just reading Sasato's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court.
You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? The characteristics, I guess. Because it has to go in through a wound. Been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. The point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. To the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison.
Gracious, Counsel. Oh, that would be madness.
I actually found the answer to that conundrum. This research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound.
Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense.
Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. It all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has a terrifying poisonous effect. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. You knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. Meddling little... The swan is alive. Rapscallion.
Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid his knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish?
Law.
Even as your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? Are they? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right.
But gracious.
It's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
His mouth wound? Yeah, like, he still drank the poison. It just went in through the tooth that was removed. Right? The coin was a lie? No, I'm still on the coin, right? Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. Because it's probably going to transition to, and this is what I hate, right? Like, because I think it's the coin. Why do I think it's the coin? Because I think that what she's going to say is, now prove how I got the poison, right? Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Also, did her mask get longer or am I crazy? Why is this welling up inside me? Never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. Almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Woo! Yeah! Let's fucking go! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. Oh, here we go. Let me see. Ah! This is nice. I like this. I think it fits with the period, right? More instruments added now? Yeah, like this is like the whole orchestra, it feels like. It's not the Pursuit theme? Wait. This is the final, like, questioning theme, right? This is pretty good still. Objection, yeah. Not Pursuit, excuse me. I meant to say objection, if I said Pursuit, you know, that's my bad. You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. That fucking mask guy huge. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson have been killed by the Curare? 2015, was that the original year this came out in Japan? Yeah. And the second game came out in 2017. Would it be the medical report card? It makes sense for it to be the dental treatment, right? Yeah.
Take that!
Ah, there we go! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Breakdown? She laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also... I'm not English. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Where's she going? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. So that's destruction of evidence. Arrest this bitch right now. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. What a terrible blunder, bro. Yeah, the judge is crazy. He's on it. Yeah, let's go. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of oh, okay, no, maybe he's just stupid. I thought he had it. Maybe he is crazy. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? Squeeze the carpet? No, we need to get Vince Offer on the phone. Grab a ShamWow. We need a ShamWow. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Ain't he a scumbag? I mean, he was beating up hookers, but he did do the Slap Chop commercial, so... That's right, and really looking at this photograph, every time I do it makes me laugh. The police not still have some from their tests? Nope. She's specifically trying to exploit the fact that the criminal justice system here in Japan is dog shit. The poor professor was sitting with his back to me, so of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you had arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. See? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yeah? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? You've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us now to use, it must be in your head. My head? Why does she even have access to that evidence? Because fucking Hosonoga was just holding it. Yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt. Every color, every smell. Saw, felt. Every color. Oh! I think that's really cheap. Because, yeah, that's literally obscuring information, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense, right? It kind of makes... I thought it was going to be on plate underneath the steak, right? somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Because, like, at the same time, right, like, the stake, or the photo, right? The photo, everything in it would have been black and white because, obviously, during the time period, color photo was just not really a thing. But it is kind of cheesy, right? Like, it fits with the setting, but, you would think blood on the fucking tray would have been something that would have been noted, right? Come on, then. Let's wipe this smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key of arriving at the truth about all of this. Well, I mean...
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. I saw that thing on, like, cause like there's like not even a stain here, right? It's a spattering of blood. What? Because even in black and white, that would show up, right? I feel a little cheated by that, but it's whatever, right? We take it, we keep moving. Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Unless something removed the blood? Yeah, in which case this isn't a photo of the crime scene right after it happened. Take a good look at the photograph.
Family, son.
And take a good look at Crittington joining the family for the 3 months. Welcome back, Crit. Glad to have you. Appreciate it, as I'm glad that everybody that showed up for the original Ace Attorney games is showing up now. That makes me super happy. Plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Jezebel Brett. I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous! Fabricated nonsense! Is the court seriously expected to believe that something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Oh. This could be the moment my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it meat and all. Hey, fucking yo. Come on, bro. Could have said anything else, right? Come on, bro. Like, really? This is what we're doing? And I don't care if they called me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you would have been eating, Miss Brett. I I took the steak the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. And we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it, now! Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table. Immediately. Yes, sir. Oh, no blood. Or at least from where I can see. Here's what you ordered. The steak. You're fucking funny, huh, guy? You're just a fucking comedian. You stupid son of a bitch. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't! Quickly, Inspector. The blood man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Bro, this just looked like somebody took a bite out of the fucking steak, bro. Like somebody just picked up the steak and chomped that shit. This doesn't look like it was cut. This looks like it was bit. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. Are you saying you don't eat your steak by hand like a burger? No. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Swan, you see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Oh my fucking god. Yo, this is crazy. However, I need this for future purposes. I couldn't agree more. In this case of disgrace to the Empire, I believe we finally may have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. You better have Hosonaga just bowing there as well. It's the whole fucking game screen. I got you. But I do promise my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Blade of steak has been entered into the court record. Was it the blade I saw? Or I thought I saw? Just a figment of my imagination? You heard me, Chris, examine the steak? Now, blade of steak. Damn man, shit man, damn man. Damn man, shit man. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? And apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. Heard of pearls before swine, but never heard of bullion and bullion. I get it. And I don't think you ever will again. Thank you very much, SNR. I was going to later, so again, this is not the this is the soldier's steak, right? Because it looks like he can't. They've been kind of like fucking joking about like, oh, he can't afford a nanny. He doesn't look like the kind of guy that's gonna be buying gold coins like this. He was just gonna steal that shit. So this is not the This is not Dr. Wilson's plate. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. From the Hoei era, too, that would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look. But are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath. Hey, yo, come on, bro. We got... come on, man. I gotta get this one, too. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. One coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. Not Mandem steak. Oh, no neat little engraving on the back for us to look at? Okay. Alright. Ryunosuke. Not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Thanks, Commoner. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Oh, they were going to tell me to do it anyways. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There is another clue. I just wanted you to do it earlier. I got you. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. They shouldn't have made steak the contingency of this case, because now I just want to say, hey, yo, every single time. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense. You will now clearly show the court what you are alluding to. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is the clue to be found? Oh, that's right. WASD. Wait, hold on, dude. Does it just replay the same thing? Okay. Alright, so... on the bone meat? Never not me.
Got it!
Black Owl. Gracious, that's... a cobot? What on earth? A Hoei arrow on it, that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That simply could have been a careless mistake by the chief in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Or the chef, excuse me. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? I'm gonna go get something to drink real quick. I'll be right back. Ah. Alright. Where were we? What the fuck is a meatless taco? What? Alright, we'll take a sip. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. You're not employed.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person that coin can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Curio.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Curio Korekuda-san. Fuck, I said the san. Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Your name is Giselle. And you're gonna be going to the jail. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. Remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. You can't stop being racist for a second, golly. I'm telling you, man. White women. Am I right? Don't report my stream.
Objection!
No. Please, why would Korekuda's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense!
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuda back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Up top, gotcha. Giselle bread is named after the Giselle rifle. I've never heard of that. Let me look that up. I want to see what that looks like. What that look like? What that look like? Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Apparently they're Afghan in nature. Dude, these things look cool. What the fuck? I can buy one for 500? Oh no, the auction is patched. Never mind. Fuck. Hold on, let me get this. If you want to know what the gun that she is named after looks like, by all means, take a look right here. I think this looks super cool. It's a flintlock, right? So it's black powder. That shit's pretty cool. Man was about to make a purchase. No, I wouldn't. I would never purchase a single shot rifle. I would never purchase a musket. You got me fucked up. But the design of the the handguard into the stock is kind of funny. I think that's actually really unique. Like, I'm pretty sure there's like a lot of like very interesting like hunting looking ones, right? Zilla is the type of bullet John H. Watson was shot with in the Sherlock Holmes novels. Is that really true? Huh. That's pretty cool. But instead of Watson, it's Wilson. I get it. I have a hunch, a strong hunch. We chase down the real significance of this code bond. We'll find that it's a key element in the case. So this professor's name was supposed to be John H. Watson, right? I was like, that's kind of funny. Imagine being in a ye old duel and both niggas miss. That's what the bayonets are for, Zach.
What's this about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs first to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became my ruined man in trice. A worthless, withered antique.
So Giselle Bullet is the pun. Okay. I guess that makes more sense if you know a little bit more about the Sherlock books in like specific detail. Why do we call Nosa? Because he hid the fucking coin under the stake. Why does he have a knife? It's an antique.
Be that as it may, Korakuda, something has come into light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves...
Oh! His foot!
His Koban coin!
The resplendent, splendoriferous Hoey treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery! Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere.
We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing!
These games have a lot of reference to the novels. I figured when I saw that the character's name was Herlock Sholmes, so I should probably do a quick reread. Or at least of some of them, right? Excuse me. Did I say something?
Yes, of course. In the Japanese release, some of the case names were references to Holmes novels, but have since been changed for the Western release. Ah, that sucks. Understandably why it had to happen, but that kind of sucks.
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaka. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the Police Bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected.
Yeah, you are sweating up a fucking storm over here, my guy. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it?
Yes. I took on the job of waiter in the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief.
Unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurakuta's Koban is all too clear. What? The above? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Wasn't there something you could do when people act weird? That was with Apollo. That's Apollo Justice's special power. It's, oh, you're acting kind of weird? Point it out. Fuck you. You're being weird. Alright. Yeah, because it's Iesa. Iesa Nosa. Right? Like, I just fucking didn't get the I. The I was a little bit, it was a little bit misleading to me.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesa Nosa. How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ida. We're blaming the baby? You would push the blame for your crimes on your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa.
Welcome to the family, son.
Just stopping by to support. I plan on playing this myself, so I got a diploma now.
Fair enough, Jupiter Jesus. Thank you for coming back for the 4 buds. There's another old familiar face. Thank you, appreciate it as always. Yo! Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages? Okay, here we go. I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in peace. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go in there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin in my pocket without any trouble at all. Veritable phantom thief you are. I was set to leave the steak and I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd owe too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Well, you're stupid. But thank you for the information. This man is going to stab you with that knife on purpose now. So it was nice knowing you. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant, who would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork? It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her, other than destroying fucking evidence in a courtroom during a trial. But okay. Miss Brett, we're free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. I just need this face, bro. I just need the face, right? That's all I need from this. Wait, give me a second here. Oh, that's not the top of his hair. I thought I got the top of his hair. Damn it. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm bad at screenshotting. Visible attorney confusion. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't work out what exactly. Something she just said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Pneumo? Maybe.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
And what new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Yep. It is pure madness, but it also means that the plate that Hosonaga picked up is not the actual plate. So yeah, easy, 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 easy. Where is the evidence to prove it? What a stake at?
Take
Damn.
that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed? Yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Fellas, the laptop is alive. Let's go! What was the issue, J. Xander? Do you know? Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. See, you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. And take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. Also, the fact the steak has been sitting around for 3 fucking days. Why the fuck are you carrying it around? This isn't meat. This is not beef. This is like polyester. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, then shouldn't there be teeth marks in the steak at all? Or there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
Hasn't it been days since the murder? Yeah, 3 days. And that steak looks just as it did, right? Where did he even keep all this? Excellent fucking question. I don't know. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help it. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. But rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication that these teeth marks have in the stakes have for her. Jesus. Ryunosuke, you know where you're going with this. Yes, now at last it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us?
Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Harry the Platypus? Yes. I believe it's these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here. They amount to conclusive evidence in this case. You're gonna need, like, death streams for this game? You must have forgot. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty racism again.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been what? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd! Trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward?
Yes.
There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
Damn, it's not a question about who has it or not, but we know who does. That person is willing to submit the piece of evidence that I'm referring to. It will solve every remaining mystery about this case.
Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence? Where you at? Where you at?
Take that!
Answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga.
What? I have it.
Yes.
You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence?
Wouldn't be the fucking first time, dickhead. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks.
Yes?
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping on my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing the Korakuta's coin. He told us that he'd slipped it under the steak.
You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer.
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
And shut! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind manhandling.
Oh, I thought it said meat. Meat. I thought it said meat. I thought there was a T. In other words, steak the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
What? That makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the well, not the sergeant. Or are you saying that the sergeant did it? Did you just give us an answer? You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, the, shooter saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that. I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. Then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance.
Bro, leave the baby alone.
With military precision and timing, I switched the steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable! So about that fake out, yeah, the crime scene photo was actually just the stakes being swapped, right? I really hope that doesn't happen in the future, where it's like, oh, the color of this needs to be remembered specifically, right?
However, fear not, prosecutor.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that's all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table.
Yes, that follows.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes?
Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. Yeah! The plate that was actually on the victim. Oh, okay. Okay. I still don't think it touches pressing pursuit, but I like this.
Unlike other games where the pursuit theme was used to turn the tide back in our favor, these games is more celebratory to push you closer to the truth. Yeah. I think I like the way pursuit themes were handled in previous games, right? Where it's kind of like a now's your fucking moment.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest... Oh, yeah, shut up. Shut that bullshit up. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? I like this, this breakdown section here. Oh, that's very nice. I really like that. Yeah, no, this theme's really cool. I like this, but it's definitely not like... It doesn't reach the first Pursuit theme or Apollo Justice's for me. But it's really good. Like, and this is probably not the hardest bar to climb over, but fucking JFA had it in hell, right? So it's good, right? I like this. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. I like this better because there's way more music to supplement the pursuit theme in this game, and have it be rare makes it special. Yeah, that's true too, right? Like, viewing it both ways is fine, right? I personally just prefer the you did something fucking, like, you pulled out this Hail Mary play, right? And all of a sudden now everything is going in your favor. Like, you fucking, it was like counter music, right? Like, you found out what exactly was that needed to seal the deal. So you can just fucking hook it, right? Because I think in this, right, with how it is, it kind of seems like the way you guys are describing it, right? It makes it seem like this is just kind of like the opponent cannot fight back once this music kicks in, right? So if, like, in previous games, the pursuit music was like, oh, you're doing really fucking good, that was an amazing play, and then, like, it'll stop because the perpetrator would, like, say something or present something, and it's like, oh fuck, yeah, you wait, hold on, you don't have it just yet, and then it would kick back in again, and you'd be like, yeah. Right? So I think I prefer how it is in the previous game, because it's like it doesn't signify that it's you completely got it in the bag, right? This is just how you guys are describing it to me. Quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Let's go! For justice! Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you, and I see the blood there. Hey, and that looks like it had a clean cut across. Here is the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Do we even need to? The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look.
Yes!
Brett, when said with a Japanese accent, would be similarly close to bullet. Yeah, Brett. That makes sense. I still think, like, I'm gonna give them the even if it wasn't intended, the fact that it's Miss Giselle Brett and it being one letter off from Brit, I'm gonna give them the double props, right? Just in case. Even if it's unintended, I interpret it that way. That's a double. They got that, right? I'm on the Rap Genius right now telling everybody that even though the rapper said this and it was meant by this, that it actually can mean this too. So I'll give him the second one. Shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. But where's the gun? Excellent question. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. Point. It's you! Breakdown? Let's go! Oh no, the swan! Outdone by a... racism. By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No, no! That bird about to take off. Oh, 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 oh. Was that a baby bird? They're chicks! Look at them go! Black chick, let's go! Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time we told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare isn't unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose? All because he wanted to be kind and say hello. Yes, you, who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. Remember, people, don't say hello, because that person might just get murdered. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that Professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and My own pistol concealed under my skirt. Oh boy, Ryunosuke was right. Okay, whatever. Under your skirt? So I was right. Where 2 guns? Like the movie Desperado. I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. Yo, free gun, yo! And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Wow, you concealed. Yeah, there's no way for you to conceal the gun. Oh, wow, you concealed your gun. Oh, no, who could have seen this one coming? Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, we needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. Then they checked to see if he had fired the gun. It would be incredibly hard to prove with the fact that you could have just, like, in this age, you don't really have ballistic markings to check to see the rifling on a bullet if it's fired, to match it up with a gun and its rifling. So the answer could have just been, oh, somebody removed the bullet, or oh, somebody replaced the bullet with a fresh one, right? It would be very hard to prove. There you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Bitch, that's murder! Who's gonna tell her? Who is gonna tell her? Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? So you can kill him too? No, bitch! I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me. Naruhodo. Okay, still not seeing her whole face. Would she be sentenced here? She wouldn't be sentenced here, but she would be arrested for the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. This trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be! Nakatsuchi Ouchi does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student! Better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo! Yeah? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. Yeah, because it's gonna happen every fucking year. After you have a few children, right? That family line, it will never be forgotten. We gonna be fucking your shit up forever. You've become conceited with age, counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Oh, yo, Kazuma? It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Is he gonna cut off his hair? Yeah! God, he's cool. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo. I mean, if you want to be technical, yeah, you're right. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency.
The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opens its door to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Azuma Asogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency.
What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden?
Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, yeah?
In you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Oh. Not guilty? It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Let's see.
Nothing crazy. Confetti? Yeah, petals. Sakura petals. That's a way to do it. Okay. Yeah. Alright, I like it.
This court is now adjourned.
22nd of November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. Can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial.
Ryunosuke finally pulled it off. Congratulations.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma.
No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work.
Damn, Reshi, that's fucking crazy.
Let me see, how long...
What are we thinking, like 60,000 seconds?
Yeah, that seems about right.
We'll see you later, Reshi.
So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget.
Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off.
Well, yeah, okay.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo's innocence.
Trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. The kind words should really be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Father? Oh yeah, of course.
60,000, that's like what, 1,000 minutes? Something like that.
How long is that in hours? We'll see him later, is the point.
Sato Mikitova. Official assistant. Yeah.
Speaking of Mikitova.
Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
16 hours, 40 minutes? Yeah, he'll be back next stream. If he posts it again, I'll just flat out ban him, so I hope he remembers that. Good friend. Oh yeah, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikitoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson.
Remind me why our Shizzy emotes are in immediate banishment again? It's just the turtle at this point. Shizzy got rid of all of the other emotes that are just ugly as hell. But if you post that turtle, it just I don't like it. The sight of it makes me angry. It's offensive to the eyes.
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
You work together.
I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi.
And the crazy thing is, right, about Reshi getting banned for posting it, he was chopping it up, right, yesterday, like, haha, Chris only plays what Comcast allows him to, right? Popping off all that good shit, right, about how he be in here, right? He gets all of the inside jokes. Forgot Turtle was banned. Imagine being so stupid. It just could never be me.
Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world.
Not for long.
Science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I will learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan.
Not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go.
Don't worry about the motive, I'm worrying about the motive.
And cuts down anything that's in my way.
Yeah, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes.
That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all.
She will be leaving Japan in the very near future, for Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga.
It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate...
But what's all this about consular jurisdiction?
We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice?
British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard.
Why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty.
I really hate that it's called the Friendship Treaty.
Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as it's not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that.
Oh, can't they?
Yes, she's a student, but that doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on.
Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. Who does she think she is, Logan Paul?
I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along.
There was never any danger for comeuppance for her. Don't believe it. Yeah, I had to strike that joke while it was fucking raging, scorching hot. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has been demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. This change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To Le Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! Le Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo's release. Oh, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. Never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? Just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. Really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the whole world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. Couldn't help but thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. I helped you today, and was only right at the very start of the trial. You have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. That tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that again. Like 9 more times. Specifically. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon that any lawyer needs in order to win? A knowledge of the law? Hosanaga's illness is never elaborated on. It's not a plot point. I just think he's dying of TB. Bro, he's dead. That guy walked off screen and fucking died. No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? Believe these. A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. Has to believe in them at all times. Did you believe in me when I said I didn't do it? I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience. But you never stopped believing in me. Well, Your face seems so surprising. You face seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. In the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually. Osuke. Superhuman ability to find the truth? I mean, it wasn't Phoenix's superhuman ability, it was just the Magatama. That Magatama is cracked. And Apollo definitely doesn't have a superhuman, he's just really good at it. You know, like by birth. Kind of crazy. It's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Oh, you're still here, are you? This is a zombie. We're looking at a zombie. This man is dead. I think he definitely has powers? No. Apollo Justice is really just really good at finding tells. What do you mean? None of the fucking defense lawyers from the 6 games, right? None of them have special powers. Except for Maya. That shit is supernatural. The bracelet does nothing? Yeah, the bracelet literally just feels a muscle tense, right? Does 4D chest count? Nah, the bracelet is literally just slightly, like a millimeter bigger than his wrist, and when he gets a muscle, like, spasm when he's noticing somebody's tell. That's it, right? Yeah, Maya and Pearl are the only, like, superhuman, right? It's literally a bloodline power? Yeah, it's not superhuman. Isn't Trucy an actual magician? She's a stage magician. She doesn't do real magic. That's your special talent, right? Apollo, this is why their names are Miles My Nigga Edgeworth and Apollo That Nigga Justice. Apollo Justice is just that nigga. Rickshaws, whoo, let's go! Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And to your study in your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Oh yes, that too. We'll just never see eye to eye on Apollo. That he is just a regular guy. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Usato acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga really didn't play much of a part, but still. Because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. More importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. You don't like that nigga or the game he came from? Bro, how would you just admit to having bad taste like that? What the fuck? All right. Well, I mean, that's going to do it for us for today. Got through the entire first trial, which is kind of where I wanted to do, right? I just wanted to get that. But with that said, I think that's going to do it for me for today. I'd like to thank you all very much for coming out. Before we do go, I do want to give a shout out over to King Vassar for sticking with us for the 23 months, Dr. J&D for sticking with us for the 10 months, Groovy Rico for coming back for the 7 months. I'm very happy to see all the people that that came out for the first trial, right? And the people that are coming back for more Ace Attorney, more investigative nonsense games. A Memesy back for the 3 months. Lil Rico back for the 11. Goose at tier 3 back for the 11 months. C6 Sayu with the tier 3 gift over to Exalted. Crittington coming back for the 3 months, and then Jupiter Jesus coming in back for the 4 months as well. Thank you all very much for coming out. That's going to do it for me for tonight. I'm going to do a quick little glance over to my Twitch application to see if anybody is live that we can go raid. Is Shofu playing Unite? Shofu's playing Unite. Okay. I don't even know why I had to ask that question. It's a fucking constant of the universe. We're going to go raid Shofu. He's playing Pokemon Unite. You all get some good rest and say what's up to Shofu for. But until tomorrow, we'll probably be playing a little bit more Genshin on stream. But till then, you guys take it easy. We'll probably be picking this back up on Friday/Saturday. But until then, see you guys tomorrow. But for now, take it easy. Peace.